Good morning, everybody. All right. Two plus two for likes. Hopefully there won't be slippage. Thanks, man. Good morning, everyone. So it looks like we're going to be opening just a touch lower than yesterday, slightly under 44.50. Fuck top. What about top? Top's down like 6% in the pre-market. We got 44.50 and 44.80 puts in the money at market open right now. Um, we'll see if there's any capitulation there. VIX is moving up a little more. Jamie back below 20. Maybe the first to congratulate you on 20K subs. I used to have like 25. Below their sold puts and VIX up. Yep. It's a problem. But VIX, although VIX is up, it's not up a lot. So they're definitely fighting back against the trend, right? Theoretically, VIX should be higher than it was a couple days ago, but here we are, you know. Let's see where positioning is coming in. Okay, so pretty big Vega exposure there. Running lower on put positioning here. We got 44.40, maybe. Uh, Okay, VIX getting stepped on a bit. Not on a vertical single option. 75. Buy. 330. Gorg, I full ported upstart at 70. Why would you do this to me? Also, good morning, Shill. No, you fucking didn't. I've been trying to lose. You've been trying to lose subs constantly. Congrats on 20K. Thanks, Trash. We just got rid of the shills, guys. The Netflix drop was great. Too bad I sold yesterday. Fair enough. Yeah. Hmm. Hold on one sec. Oh, wait, what the fuck did my... Did that not fill? I could have sworn I opened a spread here. No, they just canceled my spread order? Awesome. You bought a call for your sold strike. Oh, shit. Wait, that should have been the long strike, though. That's problematic. I'm going to be out of day trades now. Options are wildly expensive. Starting the day with a handicap. I don't know if it'll let me open any. It's not really a handicap. I just won't be able to close anything. To canceled orders. Thank you, 420 Racing. Is PTRA the usual bankruptcy stuff? I don't know what you're talking about. Options are wild expensive today. They're not cheap. Did you recently change how you keep your phone on your desk? I feel like I hear it buzzing constantly and now never did before. I don't know, I'm getting like fucking thousands of notifications right now. For 45. Fix moving back up again already. Let's see, hold on. Tenure hitting 4.2 today. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's going nuts. I think it's the highest it's been since like 2007 or some shit. If you have the day trader protection on, it might not let you open more. Yeah, I think it's gonna do that. Wrong way, Netflix, you dingus. Yeah, that's just some opening volatility, right? Maybe. Thanks for everything you do. I made some good profits this week. If this goes below 44.50 for long, do you think it can really go all the way down to DN? I mean, we're not very far from DN right now. That's only like another $16, right? In a cash account, is it possible to open and close unlimited day trades? Yes. You lose a lot of hedging ability though. Have you closed the call leg of your straddle? No. I have a stop on the put leg though. Were you talking about MES contracts last night? Someone was asking about like the fixed ranged volume profiles. I've cast my lot. Last $600 from a blown up port. 0 DTE 4480C. 0 DTE 4420P. Going golfing. Peace out. I hope I have money to trade with on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. All right. Well, that's one approach, Batty. I wish you the best of luck. Enjoy golf. Finally, my way out of the money. Tesla September puts are green. I can finally roll them out. Nice. That guy's YOLO is half of my current port. That's right, dork. Holy shit. Yeah, what's up? I slept in? Bullish. We're witnessing a failed sold put rescue mission. Not yet. So there's still not a lot of downside puts, right? Most of the positioning drew in like at the money. So there's not a lot built out to the downside yet. There's some at like 44.40, but it really starts to fall off. And if we get a good push, we'll get profit taking from the currently in the money puts. I just think we probably won't see that push until, yeah, we probably won't see that until like after Michigan consumer. So give it a minute. So core PPI up 30 BPS year over year. That's a peener. Yeah, yeah, that was a surprise. Michigan consumers at 10. Below DN, we pick up more speed down. Yeah, also more protection from out of the blue upside moves. Dirk, I was opening a bunch of spreads at open, and one of them canceled the other one out. So we don't have any trades until like next Tuesday. It's like PCO only. Take a look at MPW. Damn, that's getting hammered. It's just shitty earnings, right? Really, really, really shitty earnings. They were just below average. There was a surprise miss on EPS of 132%. Revenues missed by 2%. Michiganders are bearish now. We're sick of questionable smoky skies because it's been this way for 3 months. If bulls can't reclaim 4470 ES, we're going down Leroy round. Brown. Oh, there's ES resistance at 4461 a bit. But yeah, if they can't get it back above like 4476, that's problematic. We could test 4435 if that's the case. Closer and closer to VWAP there. 80 puts. $50.30. Yeah, that would be the range I want. We're probably gonna see some sold or well, some bot put capitulation here. On like the 44.70s. Like we're probably gonna see some profit taking. 55, 60, 65. 70s are already starting to take profits a little bit. Did you at least make money on the day trade? Oh no. No, no. It's down. I opened a spread and then opened a call, and I guess I wasn't paying attention to the I think I might have sold a credit spread instead of bought one, and that's why it fucked it up. I just forget that Webull auto reverts the spread orders to credit. Consumer sentiment will come in high if people in Illinois are building 800-pound butter cows. That's I don't know. That sounds recessionary, if not like a depression to me. A few months ago, I asked you about to do some TA on a security company my buddy works for called CLBT when it was hanging in the $5 range. Now it's up in the sevens. TA standpoint still good to enter. Is it CBLT? That can't be it. CLBT. It's got like a decent recovery. I mean, there's really not enough history on this to do any kind of deep analysis. I mean, the stock's still only it's got like barely 3 years of prior trading, but I would say it looks like it rejected off of the $8 trend. You're probably gonna find some sellers in this range. Maybe you find an entry between like 620 in the current price. I think you could probably get a better deal on it here, but yeah, 620 doesn't seem so bad. 624. Seems like it could pull back. I mean, their earnings weren't good, so. And their profit margins took a pretty big hit. How common do you think insider trading really is? It's super fucking common. But people get caught for it all the time too, so it's a bad sign if we're seeing no pre-SLD pump. Maybe end of day pumpies? Or just with the Michigan Consumer Report. What do you think the range on the pump will be? I think it's best for them to try to get it over 4,500. I don't know if they'll be successful in doing that, but bought 45.55, sold 44.75, bought 44.75 2 seconds after. Nice. As a Michigander, I'm doing my best to discourage sentiment everywhere I can so that my puts print. It takes me forever to eat just one 800-pound butter cow. Why do they build so many there? I don't know. Holidays. It's a centerpiece for your table. If price of calls is any indication, I feel like they will be successful. We'll see. Only the uncouth get caught. The classy way is to call it an ideas dinner. Brainstorming and 3-star Michelin food. Please tell me you're eating 800 pounds sterling of these butter cows and not 800 pounds. No, they're 800 pounds of butter by weight. I'm playing long dated puts, short dated calls. Does that make me a bull bear or a bear bull? Bear bull. Just go with the position that costs more money. Are butter cows a common thing? I have no idea. It sounds like a northern Midwest thing that would be popular. Like something you'd see at like a country fair. That's a butter bull, Spy Hunter. Don't don't mistake a bull and a cow. Because if you milk the wrong one, you're never going to be able to get rid of them. Netflix bouncing on DN. If it breaks through, can it hit the PT within today? A lot of runway left. It could if indexes tank. Although, I don't think they're going to. Bull butter and cow butter are very different things. When you live in a flyover state, shaping butter like things is the only joy you have. Fair. Who started this nonsense? Someone with a lot of butter. Step one was the butter. Trash. Step two was having so much butter they didn't know what to do with it. So it's a butter cow born of boredom and excess. Last Friday, I bought 100 shares of EXR at 124. This is 20% of my desired position. Would I be chasing EXR at just under 130 to add another 100 shares today? Or would you execute patience? I mean, it depends on your holding period. I wouldn't say under 130 is a bad price. Their financials are still pretty good. And unlike most other REITs with commercial space, uh, they have a pretty advantageous business model during a recession, right? Someone with nothing better to do. Ha! If I'm on the internet in the Middle West and you're on the internet in the city, does that mean that the internet is better than either location? Probably. Dork, it's doing a thing. Do you have to sculpt a butter cow by hand, or can you injection mold it? I mean, I guess if you needed to manufacture them, you'd probably want to set up some sort of injection molding system. Although I feel like people who are making butter cows probably aren't thinking that far ahead. Odds we run up $100 today. Pretty slim, but we could go up like 30 to 50. Oh, the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report is out. Out and about. Let's see how people in Michigan feel. All right. So, consumer sentiment preliminary slightly down. Inflation expectations also down. Current conditions preliminary slightly up. 5-year inflation expectations down. And Michigan consumer expectation preliminary for August 67 versus a prior 68.3. So it's okay, guys. Regular people surveyed across America think everything's okay. They're a little less confident that everything's okay, but they think the things that were getting better are going to get even better. Hedgies, it's working. Michigan gonna save my calls? Maybe. See how good that is for Russell. Russell's already up a little bit today. NASDAQ's down kind of hard though. I still have a job, feeling optimistic as fuck. All those people are totally gonna own homes one day. Fun fact, fancy restaurants have a captive butter cow hitch up to their walk-in. And whenever you ask for a side of butter, they just have it spit into a ramekin. Ew. Why is the only opinion anyone cares about in Michigan their consumer sentiments? I mean, it's basically Canada. Who cares? It's the survey is conducted at the University of Michigan. It's not just people from Michigan. Probably not Paris. Actual data, asking people in Michigan about stuff, market, Do you guys not know how to make butter? I do. I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't come from a cow that spits into a ramekin. Michigan survey seemed like that one poll that had Ross Perot winning King Emperor of the United World. No, this is the internet, man. Nobody remembers who the fuck Ross Perot is. I mean, I do, but you don't think that the news articles saying everything is fine are adjusting consumer sentiment to think everything is fine, do you? No. I mean, what, like, people are somehow biased based on the information provided to them? My wife just asked, are they talking about butter? Ask her if she's ever sculpted a cow. We should have a contest. Best 800-pound butter cow. And you get one, if you win, you get one $40 out of the money, zero DTE. Greg, you talking about butter sculpting is appropriating my Midwest culture. If we're gonna do this, I want you to understand how much free time I have. I mean, Jackson's Hole's at the end of this month. I think you're gonna be pretty busy. If you win, you should get more butter. So the prize should be extra butter. I'm not providing the butter. That's part of the challenge. You've got to source your own butter. You can't, no, covering your wife in butter doesn't count, Tyler. I like whale butter. I wonder what whale milk is like. We've had this conversation before, I think. A blessing and a curse. So much butter to sculpt with. Too much to ever eat. I butter gherk sculpted like one of those French girls. I like it. I like that it makes me shiny. Are we straddling Jackson's Hole? Should we scale in the week before or start the day before? I mean, you want to be in early because you don't want to get sloppy seconds, right? once Jackson makes his rounds through the staff, there's really just no point anymore. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, you know? Won't IV start to increase the closer we get to Jackson's hole? No, things don't really get more volatile at that point. Maybe closer to the meeting. Would you please stop trying to dictate how we enact our Midwest traditions? The Cover the Wife and Butter Act is both an act of great reverence and really, really hot. Finding out about people's butter kinks really early in the day today. So the XR options chain, the one that has almost no liquidity, yeah. What's up with the 4,000 puts on this September 130 strike? Well, that's the shorts that were there. Are people from Michigan Michiganese or Michigani? Michiganlanders? I don't fucking know. Michiganders? Yeah, like a goose. Did you ever see the movie Butter with Olivia Wilde? No. Michiganslers? So what did the Michigan thing say? Uh, inflation expectations are down, but so is consumer confidence. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep, because you can gander at our beauty. Today's really your day to shine, isn't it? The French have butter kinks too, and they're considered sophisticated. Hmm. I usually call people from Michigan depressed. Yeah, it's they don't have a great climate. E-Trade no longer lists SPX as a valid ticker. Huh. Curious. Oh, they're going for it. Make them stop going for it. Michigooners? Possibly related. Gooner on Urban Dictionary. I'm not looking that up. If you use TD Ameritrade at all, can you check to see if the Think or Swim site loads? I don't use TD, so I can't, but maybe someone else could let you know. I missed the discussion of PTRA. Are we doing penny stocks now? No. There was no discussion. Where are we going? Up right now. Save my calls, Todd. Dork, it's happening. Look at this 1 hour butthole. Green candle. I'm going out on a limb and saying Todd is from Michigan. That's ridiculous. Uh, Interview at some New York fish tin place. Tom Lee said we're headed for all-time highs. Cool. Girk, I profit on my puts and my calls, just like you said. Unicorns do exist. I mean, I'm not gonna stop out of my calls yet, but yes, they sometimes do. Or you're drunk on a boat and it's a narwhal. Why did RC make Michigan's mindset move upstart price above my miniature put wall? How strong is this push looking? Pretty decent so far, right? All right, Dork, here's the deal. I can't do anything with this. I'm locked into this goddamn call for the rest of the day. Not only for the rest of today, but I think until next Tuesday. Although I'm not 100% sure on that. Did you at least make money? No. No. I just placed 2 orders and they overlapped. Let me check. Yep, Tuesday. Hmm. Interesting. All right, so ES testing 4490 right now. Looks like it's still got some room to move up. I don't think we're done here. Any put capitulation on this move? Yeah. Put capitulation drove most of the early part of the move. Sorry. Okay. One second. No, it was just my food showing up. Sorry. What's up, orange guy? Are they selling 4420s? Those seem persistent. Probably. I hope they can rescue their 4550s today. That's a bit of a stretch. Maybe Monday or something, but not today. Thanks to conditionals, I made $500 while presenting in a meeting. Ooh, congratulations. Is there room for market downside? I got a few Tesla put leaps left, which are down 5%. I already sold a lot of these for moderate to large profits. Yeah, there is. But they're gonna defend some of it today. Or at least they're gonna try really hard to do that. Not a lot of resistance to an upside move here until we get to 4480. Um, That's the bulk of their Vega exposure for one DTE. So watch that resistance, especially if it rejects. Is there a decent chance this gets rugged just like the last couple of days? Yeah. Yeah, there is. Let's go green candles. Looks good so far. All right. Sorry, I gotta grab something to eat this with. One second. Is getting the bladed chopsticks? No, I'm not. I'm not gonna eat right now. I ordered food before the stream, but I'm not very hungry. This just building up calls to make another push? Or is this call capitulation? Good question. It looks like 44.70, 44.75 are picking up a bit. 44.80 is still kind of weak. But out of the money calls at 90 and 4,500 are growing very rapidly. I would say that yeah, we're getting repositioning. I expect them to keep pushing. I don't know why. I don't know how much more clear I could be about that. What about puts? Out of the money puts building up? They're in the process of capitulating, so no. Is it possible the 4480s and 4490s are being sold? On the put side, yes. So when you say you expect them to keep pushing, do you mean you expect them to keep pushing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to I don't know what else to say there. I think they're going to try to get 4500 in the money. Nope, pushing is not a code word for capitulate. Oh my fucking god. Listen, Gert, cut it out with this coy act and tell us what contracts to buy and when to buy them. This morning I wrote, I still think some attempt needs to be made here to the upside, for no other reason but to close short puts. Watch closely for aggressive VIX shorting or a break of 4480 to confirm upside. Below 4450, volatility will become harder to contain. If we fall below 4450, we could see a test of DN before the end of day. So we briefly fell below 4450 and then immediately recovered. You should put your DD as audio books. Your voice is so soothing. Thanks. Do you think they keep... Oh my god. Yes. Yes, I do think they keep pushing. Quit being so vague. I don't know what to think when you say price go up. Thank you for all you do, man. I've tippled my small port this week. Tripled. Took profits at each resistance line. Now using the last $10 for a lotto ticket. All right. List of Girk's baseball coach-like hand signals for market are amended to the secret DDS DD. There's no secret DD. I don't know what you're talking about. Am I gonna get to sell some sweet, sweet calls above 4,500 today? Probably. I mean, you could do that now, you know. Yeah, no. All right, fair enough. Okay, so hold up. If I accidentally opened a credit spread, then I've got buy, sell, then I bought this. So I think I could still sell the 0 DTE. Huh. Also, stop telling everyone about the secret DDS DD. I'm not, don't worry. Hmm. Can you draw that SPX channel we're in for reasons? What are those reasons? Thanks, I got stepped out. I was planning on scalping the run from 4470 to 4480 30 minutes ago. I appreciate the emphatic 4500 target though. I held a bit longer and closed for some extra profit. Nice, man. Well done. This doesn't look bullish. Also, QQQ is not looking hot today. It might not be beneficial for them to push when 99% of the market, Nvidia, is against them. Nvidia probably doesn't like the hotter PPI print. It's not very good for it. How many tests of 4475 failing before the call side gives up, do you think? Hmm. I don't think they're gonna give up. Anyway, you could look straight into the camera and give a soft wink and say, it's gonna be okay, buttermilk. No, I don't want to do that. Who buys options and goes golfing? I hope that guy didn't just walk away after buying them and hope one was gonna cash sell on the money. That's so dumb. I mean, that's exactly what he did. Can you draw a glizzy goblin? Yes, but some things shouldn't ever be seen. $44.71 is a fortress. No, it's fucking not. Oh, it's gonna be a busy day. I can already tell. Was that opportunity knocking? No, it was the UPS guy, Fred. It's pretty cool, but he never wants to hang out. I got one person to knock on my door a month, maybe, and he gets several each day. I have everything delivered to my apartment. Meals, groceries, cosmetic items. Are both my 250 CSP and 2.5 CCs safe? Quite possibly, yeah. I kind of know exactly what you're talking about, and yet, Fubo looks kind of stuck. You know what it is? I think that the sold puts and sold calls at 250 are competing with each other. Check out some quantum computing tickers. Ionic and RGTI are having a field day today. Oh, cool, because we're going to have quantum computing next. Is that the next bubble? Here comes the pump. Really? Seems early. Hmm. 65. Yeah, seems a bit early. If we don't have 4,500 end of day, I would like to file a formal complaint. Okay. It's Friday in August. Those golf courses in the Hamptons are not going to play themselves. No one's getting this Friday off. I'm not going to lie. I think it's fucking hysterical that people think like the world of finance stops during the summer. Like no one gets fucking vacations in finance. There's no break. You work like 140 hours a week. That's why they all do cocaine and snort Adderall. Crime doesn't take a vacation. Sup, Gurg? Lord Barry, first and only of his name here. Do you think SVX has the juice in its caboose to really break down here? No, not really. I think they'll keep pushing up until they can at least get the 4480s and 4475s back out from underwater. How many hours do you work a week? Hmm, probably like 100 to 110. Well, that's like across like 7 days. So does hanging out on the Discord count as work? Usually. Sometimes I can get like a good like 15, 30 minutes of shit posting in before someone asks me questions. So, how many of those 110 hours are you streaming versus researching? Hmm. I mean, I stream like 7.5 hours a day, right? Roughly. Then, I don't know, I'd say probably about 40, 50 hours a week on research. I mean, from the time the stream ends until usually around like midnight or so, I'm doing research or trading futures. 40 hours just streaming if you include the hot tub. Oh yeah, that's right. That's all the hours max. Nice try. Not to be a shill, how important are FTDs? And were FTDs the reason why Upstart ran? No. Upstart ran because shorts got squeezed out and it's so liquid as fuck, so they couldn't short it again. Once they got some liquidity, you saw the damage they did. But FTDs, I mean, it depends on the underlying. It depends on how much secondary market liquidity is available, how willing the MM is to go and get that secondary market liquidity, how big the float is, right? So, borrow rate and how quickly borrow rate can rise. All of those things affect their ability to net FTDs, but FTDs get netted, right? And sometimes that can cause price improvement. Other times it doesn't. My buddy's going to work at BlackRock and needs to fill out a form that he's allowed to work more than the regular amount of hours provided in Britain. Sounds about right. You said still early for the pump? How early did you mean? I mean, it's like 11 o'clock right now. They could keep doing this for the rest of the day. I don't think put positions are getting particularly strong right now. There's very little like downside put exposure for zero DTEs. Longer dated put positions are building, which could weigh on price, but only minimally. How much gamma is it? 4,500 for August? August 15? Negative 0.069. I'm sure you'll get it, man. I have a problem. I can't stop taking my zero DTE gains and buying more leaps on FXY. What do? I mean, you gotta do something with your money, I guess. Am I grounded because of the Ko-Fi? No, I didn't see it. Sorry. Ah, sold all my puts and bought a 4,500 YOLO. Would be cool if that closes in the money. Thanks. Also, thanks to the bankrupt company, DD. Spicy, fucking pores, QQ. Pickle Financial is the benchmark for an investor investor risk protection in the financial markets, Costellosaurus. I don't know what you mean about bankrupt companies or there being DD, but let me assure you, we prefer not to manage those kinds of positions. If I'm going bankrupt, will you invest in me? I'll spoof the end of the options chain, I promise. What's that white bar there, Gurk? Nothing. Stop judging me. Talk about tail risk investing in Mr. Poopy Pants. He's really buying up all the tail risk scenarios. Are you trying to sneak orders past the compliance department? I would never do anything like that. Totally. I have 4465, 4480, and 4500 calls. Let's get this toast. Uh yeah, I feel like you guys are getting way too bullish. Shut the fuck up, Daniel Supreme. It's okay. There's a little green leaking through. So the compliance department approved whatever it is you did. Me looking at my 80 August 18th 4485 calls. That's not too many. On a serious note, just in case my 4500C doesn't print, would a confirmed breakdown of 4450 be a good signal to buy back into puts? NFA. Yeah, I mean, I think the market would take on a much more bearish bias below 4450, but it's got a breakdown, which we didn't even get earlier. So I don't think we're gonna see that today. Can you explain, like I'm five, the relationship between ES, SPX, and SPY? Like you're five? There are three financial instruments that track the S&P 500 index. It has begun. I took a $50 position and said white line, and now Perelman can run it up on the chapter 11. What? What white line? Damn it, that doesn't work. What are the differences? One's an ETF, one's index options, and the other are futures contracts. What does ES tell you that SPX doesn't? Nothing. It tells me what the future price of SPX is going to be, or at least what people assume the future price is going to be. Thanks. Sorry for exposing the secret DD that can be found on the secret tier level of Pigeon Whale. It's only 999 a month, pores. So here's what's happening. We all bought greedy out of the money calls this morning, so now it won't run until 3 when we've all taken that big theta dong and make $3 on our contracts. Isn't that right, Gherk? That's why you don't buy stupid out of the money calls. Still learning intraday, but VIX uptrend, SPX ES downtrend. Are we in for momentary downside? I think we've realized most of it at this point. Not that we couldn't see a little bit more, but we'll probably start to get a turnaround. Although tech's slipping really hard. Once a degen, always a degen. That's why you don't buy stupid out of the money calls until 20 minutes before expiry. True. I came across a DJ on YouTube that streams while on a bike. Is this something you can provide us on a future stream? Absolutely not. And the video is ruining the bounce. Well, it is a piece of shit, so. Hmm. 2 years at 4.8, dork. Almost 4.9. USD JPY is at 144.75. Nice. Let's see where we've got interest. Hmm. 44.60 puts. Ooh. In the money puts? A few. Wow, they really need to get it above 44.80. The height of irony, if Nvidia is what brings the market down, it's really doing quite badly today. Meta, Tesla. Hmm. One second. Okay, that's about at the bottom of the 1 minute and then the 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes looking more bullish also. That doesn't look bullish though. The 15 minute looks bearish as fuck. Curious. Are bulls just coming to terms with the downside, or are they lying in wait? I mean, they tried to push there and failed. We'll see if they try to push again from slightly higher. There's some benefit for them letting VIX rise a little bit, right? Because then they can sell more puts further out of the money for more money. It seems like we're gonna channel lock until the end of the day. I don't know about that. What's weird is we should be getting more out of the money positioning. Really not. 3460 and 50 still seem to be about the extent of it. Vega exposure below 4450 is still a big risk. I'm looking for a way to play straddles when I can't watch too closely. I figured I'd set risk on the contract as a whole. Yeah, you can do that. I think we're going to bounce. I agree. What happened to our 4500s? I never had any. Do you still have your Zom position? I have some September calls at like 105. Only about a third of the original position, though. Are they going to fill the gap at 4452? What gap at 4452? There's no gap. Do you use TradingView Pro or what plan? I don't know. Whatever the most expensive one is. Yeah. Dom's killing it. Drill, baby, drill. I mean, in the literal sense of drilling to find oil because big is the best. Zom shells are so annoying. I mean, come on. My TradingView shows a gap at 44, 53, 52. Yeah, TradingView doesn't have very broad exchange data. I think it's like 12 or 13 exchanges versus WeBull's like 16 and Fidelity and TDA have like 17 or 18. Why did I ever mess with any stocks that are consumer small caps? You tell these boys just invest in big oil and you'll make actual money. Uh, that's not technically true. Zom is still way the fuck down year to date. But it's starting to recover. Oil's doing well today. Clawing back some of yesterday's losses. Zom is up 5% year to date? Shouldn't be. Wasn't it like trading on like 115 in Jan? Oh, it's because the price tanked on the first day of the year. Um, I mean, it's still it's it's still not doing that great. Do 6 months then. Are you happy? It's down negative 2.31 year to date, actually. It's down 5% in the last 3 months. It's starting to feel like I should log out and go to bed. Okay. SLD next week. More downside next week, too? Possibly. Yeah. I mean, we haven't had like a good SLD in a few months, though. We had a little bit of one last month, but it wasn't very significant. It was like a 120 BPS drop. I may not be doing great, but I'm making coin off it. I mean, I'm not saying you're not, but buying ZOM at 111 is not like a hot ticket purchase. Greg, I've been taking your advice of buying a put with 2 to 3 months theta anytime SPY's above 450 and selling it when it's green with a high probability of being less green in the near future. This strategy works well. Whatever works for you, man. Copper got hammered back to 373 from above 4 the past couple weeks. So sad. I wouldn't worry about it. Can you confirm if SPX puts are being sold while VIX is higher before the end of day pump? I mean, if we can see it, yeah. It depends on what strike they're selling. Is 4,500 no longer a possibility today? It's still possible. Less likely, but still possible. I stepped away for a bit. Can they still pull off the pump? It's looking poopy. Yeah, they didn't do great at turning this around. But they can stabilize it and try again later in the day. At what level do you say, okay, the pumping failed if it breaks down below 4450? 4455 is not even that bearish of a strike. Netflix PT? I'm already out of it. It already hit its price target. Hmm. So 3470, 80. So out of the money calls being bought right now, and the 4450 and 4440 put strikes are being bought right now. The out of the money call positioning is quite strong, but not until it gets above 4480. I know it's too expensive, but the calls were cheap when I bought them at 108. I know. Plus, I got over 160 days to expiry. I got plenty of time. In my opinion, 116 is possible by end of year. It could go higher than that. If oil keeps rising, it probably will. I'm going to ask this the right way, but does anyone know of or use a site that shows the profit loss calculator of your current open positions? No. Your broker should do that. I'm not short NVIDIA. I'm thinking about starting to build my earnings hedge now while the price is lowered, but that's still 12 days of theta burn until earnings. Thoughts? Buy a lot of theta? Or buy shorter dated theta but hedge it? Popcorn, don't make me buy a call right now. I'll crush your dreams. Bears are gunning for DN, right? I wouldn't say they're gunning for it. Volume overall is pretty low. It doesn't look like there's a lot of puts below 4440. Um, but Gamma does flatten out in that range. You don't think they're using this period to fill the out of the money strikes while cheaper and more leverage? Then use zero DTE to pump the calls later when they're cheaper. That's exactly what I think they're doing. That's why I keep noting that they're buying out of the money calls. Quite a lot of them. Are you cutting your call leg if we break down from 4450? Or saving them for a bounce of delta neutral? My call leg from my straddle, I assume you mean? I cut that earlier today. Yeah, that got stopped out already. If both legs, you can assume this, if both legs of my prior night straddle have gone green, I've closed them. I generally set a stop on them the second they go in the money. I'm just slowly adding leverage as the pullbacks happen. Fair. Smart move. Mine haven't gone green yet. How? Did you have a straddle or a strangle? Entered too early yesterday on a strangle. Oh, okay. Well, if you entered early yesterday on a strangle, then one side of it printed, right? At least. NVIDIA moving SPX flat. Dispersion? Yes, JFresh. Very, very slowly, but it's building. Dude, Rivian cars look so dumb. I've seen a couple of them. I mean, they're not the ugliest car I've ever seen, but they're not that attractive. How do you manage new PTs? If a stock outperforms your expectations, is better to get out and leave gains on the table or to adjust the PT but take on more risk? I mean, you don't have to take on more risk to adjust your price target. You just manage the risk, or you can take some profits and then move the price target further out. I don't think one necessarily has to beget the other. 4460 puts are getting or 4450 puts are getting a lot more popular right now. Doesn't he have this offset and futures buying? Uh, retest it. See, futures slipped back below 4476. Interesting. I don't think I can close this call. Well, VIX is about to test 16 again. Though I do think me and Dork are still right. This can still bounce. My Netflix put is still up. Well, because Netflix has just gone down, right? So that would make sense. Careful with it though. There's a lot of call interest on Netflix at 4:30. How the fuck did that move? God damn it. Do you even do TA anymore? Yeah, I still use TA. I've never relied on it heavily. What do you do if you get stopped out of one of your straddle legs and it continues to move in that direction? Do you roll the dead leg? Generally, if something just keeps moving, like, and it moves outside of my expected trading range, I would just close both profitably. It reduces your profits, but The overall position is still profitable, right? Then draw some triangles on the screen. Give us that Dorito. What Dorito? Are you talking about the fucking wedge here? It already broke out. I thought you just muggle traded now. You might want to hide the red part from the compliance desk. Ah. There's gonna be a lot more red in its future, Dork. Don't worry. Nah, he big time to Saul, and now he value invests. I've always value invested. Why wouldn't the Bears push for 44.50 if they're only $4 away? Because they're busy buying out of the money puts while IV's low. What does dispersion mean in stocks? Well, in options, it involves simultaneously buying and selling options on a stock to capitalize on differences in implied volatility. So your goal is to capitalize on a shift in vol versus a change in price. So if you sell options and volatility mean reverts, then the options you bought will increase in value. And the ones you sold will lose value faster. It's a volatility arbitrage. In this case, what JFresh is referring to is Mag 7 vol versus SPX vol. So if you went long vol here, short vol here over the last 3 months, you would have made a shitload of money. And now that's reversing. So people are now going long vol here, short vol here. It's okay, man. I big time all the poors every day. Why day trade when I can afford lots of theta? Fair enough. Thoughts on Joe? Is that a ticker? Oh, Jesus Christ, it is. Real estate development? The St. Joe Company. I feel like I don't remember reading about him in the Bible. They engage in real estate development and asset management. It's kind of a shitty dividend. What mean Mag 7? It's the nickname given to the top 7 performing stocks in the S&P 500 for all tech. You're still in your DGen upside calls. If by DGen upside calls you mean 4450, 4480 debit spreads, and then 4455 and 4460 calls, then yes. I feel like the market's doing the same thing it did last year around this time. Pump into the beginning of next week, then large sell-off into mid-September. Yeah, because the market always does the same exact thing every year. That's why everyone's a billionaire. I don't always know what Gherkin is saying, but I can tell when he puts someone in his place. Who? I didn't put anybody in their place. I was being nice today. Wait, past performance doesn't predict my future gains? My whole trading strategy is ruined. Oh, put me in my place next. You're already in Philadelphia. I couldn't think of anything worse. It was the DGen upside calls response. It wasn't mean, but it was. I found this new ticker in Nvidia. It's down $50 this week. Why didn't we short it? I did. Unfortunately, my $200 and $250 and $180 and $150 and $120 puts are still very much out of the money. That's why I like to slaughter a chicken to get insights into the market. That's really the best way. If you roast it with herbs de Provence, you can really get some clarity in your analysis. Past performance does predict future plays if you have money. Joke's on you. I moved out of the city. That's loose. It's a loose way of describing Philadelphia. I'm back to my country roots. Are you Amish? An Amish Dan? So it's just like you just started Rumspringa and then never stopped. What's your expiry on those? Mostly Jan. I do have some September puts. 450, 400, 375, and 350. And then January I have 425, 350, 300. 250, 200, 180, 190. Uh, 150, 130, and 120. Just list the strikes you don't have. They're trying to pull us up. This is the build out of the money call ramp phase. They've already built the out of the money ramp. If they try to pull it up here, it's going to be the at the money part that gets built up. Tell out of bed high. How much longer will we chop, do you think, before it moves in either direction? Preferably up. I don't know. Could be a little while longer. Maybe like... Could be like another hour. Be longer than an hour. Where's the bullish part? Let's say like 30 minutes to an hour. The market doesn't care about your positions, AJ. Gherk 144.96. What about it? Do you think Nvidia will move hard in either direction again for their upcoming earnings? Yeah. If they beat, they'll go up. If they fail, they'll go down. That's crazy. Why didn't I think of that? How is GME liquidity looking? It's getting drier. Waiting patiently to scoop up some leaps for cheap. Yeah. Well, they're getting cheaper. Hmm. Someone in the money call position? Not really shorting VIX very hard. I guess we kept it below 16. What happens when Nvidia beats but still goes down? Interesting. That could happen. Good morning. Headache again, so I'm taking it slow. How are we doing? Hanging in there. Hawkish Pause is doing good. What's toe ring account at now? Like 10K? Well, 10K if this fucking contract expires in the money. JPY 144.95. I know. Did you discern if you have enough day trades to sort yourself out for this account? I don't. I don't have any day trades left. I think the only thing I can do is close the 44.55. Hypothetically speaking, if we had some GME shares to the infinity pool, how much would the CGC charge to slab them so I can pass them on to my children as generational wealth and all that? You're afraid you're not going to live to see the squeeze? Still targeting September puts for the SPX Vega play are starting to move further out. Looks like a good time to enter this and next week. I still have some September puts. Um, I scaled them back a little bit when we tested 18 on VIX because some of them weren't. They'd been decaying a while. But I've been buying Jan this week. A little further out of the money, but yeah, Jan. You're sworn from closing the call because of toe ring. The broker already stole my toe ring today. It should have blocked the purchase of the second option, but both orders filled simultaneously, so it didn't, and it ate the day trade. They're buying Jan 24 SPX puts. Fun. A few, yeah. Being worried about not seeing Jimmy above $50 before you die seems like a legit concern. I'm just trying the stream while on break at work. Does SVX look like it's going to continue downwards for the remainder of the day? No, it looks like they're trying to stabilize it and probably will try to pump again at some point. They definitely don't want to ending the week below 44.50, so that's on 85p 915 on Disney. Didn't Disney just like beat on earnings? I'm gonna play 85. I feel like there's better stocks to get puts on, but I guess if you want to, it's targeting an awfully wide range with not a lot of time. Sounds good. I've got October's, and they're starting to bleed a little faster, so Jan's a good idea to preserve theta decay. You know you can sell options against your long-dated options? Like a poor man's covered put until volatility starts to move. That way you don't take on so much theta decay. You can go short. You can go short more theta. So by selling shorter dated puts against your long dated puts. So if I have like 15 Jan 24, let's say like 3500s, right? I can sell like August 18 3600s against it, right? And then you know, if nothing happens by August 18th, I just collect the premium. If we start to fall or vol starts to rise, I can just close these, right? Like they're way less sensitive to increases in volatility. So, you know, if you start to see volatility tick up, you can get out of them and still make a lot of money on your other one. And if they expire worthless, you just made money, right? Not that August 18 3600 C or P's are all that much money, but there's some, right? They're like, okay, I probably wouldn't sell a 3600, but I might sell like a 4000. 4200. 43 is not bad. But, August 18th is next week, right? Yeah, so that's an example. I've been selling when vol is high. Is that wrong? No, no, no. That's good. If you sell in the mornings when volatility is relatively higher, especially if there's like a big overnight pump in volatility, that's really beneficial. I have enough positioning laddered that I can sell. I can sell theta against my positions like pretty close to the money, and I have in the money puts that can also hedge them. So like generally, when I'm selling puts against like my position, which goes all the way out to like Jan right down here. I'm usually selling, just out of the money, or like where like right this week I've been selling below delta neutral, right? Next week probably the same, because you still want to receive some premium for your risk. But the more theta you get, like the more you could add to that. Like the less risk you have to take. Like I think October 3600s are like 830 credit. But if you want to sell shorter dated ones, then you need to widen the spread a lot. Nice job, Bulls. You made the SPX go up a little bit. Best way to tell if Ivy is high? Ivy 30? Yeah, Ivy 30 is good, or historic volatility. What do you think about September rate hikes? You could just look at VIX for SPX. Or what do you think about September rate hikes at this point? Keep it flat or another hike? I'm thinking 70% chance flat, 30% chance hike. I don't know. There's going to be 2 inflation reports before the next decision, right? There's another round of data. If inflation's continuously hot, I mean, they have to hike. That's what they've outlined. That's probably what they're going to do. A couple of friends and an actor in the writing unions are saying negotiations are starting but way off and likely will continue till September. Movies and shows will be pushed off a season. Yeah, I've heard similar rumors. What is the benefit of purchasing a deep lowest strike call on an asset about 90 DTE? If you were to make that play, what would you be anticipating the asset to do? I mean, generally the purpose of that play is to try to arbitrage on the exercise. Otherwise, nobody would ever buy that. So usually if you see volume on those contracts, that's due to people taking advantage of arbitrage. Sometimes institutional buying will come in that way. Brent is at 87.15. Still 70% chance of no hike. Yeah, I don't think a 70% chance of no hike is realistic. SAG WGA strike is September at a minimum. Lots of people think Jan at this point. I believe that. No, you can't hamburger helper. I'm sorry. Although I've heard if you smear her in butter, that might produce some results. Can you give this SPX pump a little more juice? Tom Lee thinks the Fed is done with rate hikes. Okay. Tom Lee also thinks Bitcoin's worth $200,000. And he's been saying SPX to 4,800 for the last 4 years. $4,800 end of day. That would put my loop ring at $5, so I'll take it. Wouldn't Jackson's Hole give us an idea of what JPAL might do? Yeah, absolutely. So it will be highly anticipated because with hot inflation prints, people are going to start to get nervous. No, not Tommy Lee. If Tommy Lee was a stock analyst, I wouldn't even have to work anymore. I would just buy everything he said to go long on. How's Jimmy's price action affected your outlook for August OPEX? And two, if hedgies have infinite money, can they keep the price of GME suppressed forever? Three, did the DTCC commit international securities fraud? Uh, God, I hate all that. I hate all of that. Fuck you, Dork. Do puts cost same like shares? Ah, excellent question. Sure. I didn't say anything about me and sloppy seconds. I just said that you want to get to Jackson's Hole early, or you'll be getting sloppy seconds. RC doesn't have enough money to move the VIX down. I know. I'm watching it, Taco Squire Gordon. Finish the following sentence. If SPX breaks 44.90, it will finish the day at 44.75. No, I'm just kidding. If we break 44.90, we'll probably close in the like upside range. Like 44.90 to 45.10. What resistance is this on futures? Where we're at right now? 44.80. It's not really a very strong resistance. I mean, if we push up above 44.80, it gets really bullish. There's a lot of out of the money calls. Is the bear sign after breaking of DN a constant promise to us, or does it have to be asked every day? I said I'd play it when we break delta neutral. If people keep asking, I'll just delete the file. How have futures performed compared to SVX today? And is that bullish or bearish? What? Relatively the same with the spread. You can delete the SPX. Are the strikes in between here and there filling in yet? It's very hard to tell because they're overweight negative, right? There's more calls being bought, so slight increases in positive call positioning between like 65 and 80. 85 still kind of weak, but 90 and 4500 are really strong. Did you notice I was gone over the past 2 days? Or was there so much dumping into close? It was like I never left. There was some dumping into close this week. I don't think you're shadow banned, ticker sticker. If YouTube's blocking your chat, it might just be something you're saying. Try phrasing it a different way. This is the Stairmaster Pro formation on the SPX. I mean, it's probably an attempt to reduce Vega risk going into the weekend, which means they would want it above 44.80 by the end of the day. Was PDT only for margin accounts? Yeah. It kind of sucks. I mean, I would still contest that it's much easier to grow an account with a cash, like if you're trading options with a cash account, it's far easier to grow than it is with margin. At what point in the saga did you realize you might have joined a cult? Yesterday. I don't know what Vega is. Yes, you do. Cash account has PDT under 25K though, right? No, but you can't sell options. Generally, some cash accounts allow for spreads, but most don't. It's the guy with the claw in Street Fighter, correct? You can sell options, you just can't do spreads. Have you heard of the Greek Vigona? CSPCC is possible in a cash account. Yeah, you can sell secured ones, but some brokers will allow you to do spreads on a cash account. As long as you have enough settled cash to cover the full requirement for the spread. And usually only on cash settled instruments, but I get blocked a lot, but I'm convinced it's just mods suppressing me. Be on the lookout for a DD about it dropping soon. Nice. Would it be neat to just hold my 4475Cs into close regardless of what happens? That sounds really dumb. Covered calls and cash secured puts besides calls and puts are what you can do in a WeBull cash account. Yeah, WeBull definitely doesn't allow spread selling without margin. Cash account is king. You get 3 free trades, and then they say restricted your trading for multiple GFVs, whatever that means. What the fuck? Did somebody. Who was that? Somebody snuck in a message and then deleted it. Thank you, anonymous billionaire. Fidelity said I could do partial margin or something, I think, to sell options. They're not very clear about the stipulations. And God forbid I read the TOS. So, I think one of the brokers describes it as cash secured spreads. I'm sure they all use different terminology for it. But basically, they allow you to do like bear call or bull put on cash settled instruments if you have settled cash equal to the spread. So if it's like a 10-point spread, you need $1,000 settled cash. Does Webull offer ladder attack as a service like Robinhood when your port is over 5 million? Unfortunately, not. PTRA is showing, whatever. Once again, I have $1,000. Tacos or GME? Let the chat decide. Couldn't you do a debit spread? I mean, same deal, right? I think they'll still require you to have the difference in the spread cash settled. One $1,000 taco. Upside not getting support. It feels like it's getting stuffed. Too much selling. Really, looks fine to me. It will probably get stuffed, but not yet. 15 minutes starting to get a bit more bullish. I think it's. I think there's probably a pretty decent amount of potential for us to keep moving up a little bit. I could see us at least testing 4,500. I've started a fun DGen account to trade the vol. 24 to 49 in 2 trades. I'm coming for your WeBull account. Okay. You obviously need to go with the options with the greater chance of seeing it grow and return on you. So tacos, without question. If you could clone yourself like the Star Wars bounty hunter Jango Fett, would you do it? I'm not sure that I would like me very much. Or I'd like me too much, and that's also a problem. Self-love is never a problem. 2 Gherks at the same time. I'm glad to know what you'd spend $1 million on. You'd like you, but there's only enough room for 1 Gherk, so you'd likely have to have some kind of showdown. Yeah, like Highlander. Moving up a little, but for C's 4,500, that's where their risk is. If you were them, that would be your goal. And they've proven over the last 3 months that they're very good at achieving their goals. I just try to DRS both Gherks so I know which one was the real you. Well, it'd be a split, so, I mean, as long as the DTCC issued my clone appropriately and didn't break any international securities laws, then I don't see what the issue would be. Are my sold 4490 Cs safe? Ugh. I'm not disputing their goal is 4,500. I'm just saying I wouldn't consider that a little move. It's not huge. VIX is at, almost 16. It's within the expected range, right? Two or three copies of Gherk and a tank of salt water locked into a paper trading competition as some sort of premonition machine powering a hedge fund. All right, none of you guys are getting access to my DNA. I walk away for 15 minutes to take lunch, and now there's new clone lore. I love this crazy place. Uh, so when we try to borrow a Gherk, the market maker makes another. Huh. It's really making me. I need some clones. I wonder how much Matt Berry would cost. What would you guys do if you paid for Pontiff and you were all excited and Matt Berry showed up at your house? Get that clone working on educational videos. Oh, yeah, because I want my clone to murder me. Pumped? That dude is the man. I feel like given a chance, a couple people in here could get access to your DNA. I don't think so. I don't know what PTRA is, but I full ported and started a cult. I mean, subreddit. Congratulations. Can we go to Dork and Carl as authorized participants? I mean, Gork creation, and then just settle? Just cash settle? And if you fail to deliver your Gurk, then yeah, you'd be in a bit of a bind without some sort of secondary liquidity market. I don't think anyone here knows how to clone people. Yeah, I'm not particularly worried about it. My calls are dead. Well, it looks like it. I imagine your clone is that one tiny malformed human from Mad Max. Is this to close the gap on VIX? It just looks like a sell-off, right? Hey Greg, this looks like a solid downtrend. These pumpers are trash. They're really not very good at their jobs. But high or low, right? I'm also just way too zoomed in. As someone with a PhD in biochemistry, I can clone things, mostly bacteria, but I'll change my focus to work on cloning Kirk. Thanks, man. Hmm. Could you draw a line for the day's long-term support? How long? You said the days, and then you said long-term, so now I'm a little confused. I actually don't work in biochem anymore, so I'll have to change careers from my lucrative and do-nothing government job. The things I do for you. I mean, as long as you're following your passion, Jeff. But a dip below delta neutral, like they've done a couple times recently, be one of their goals here if this pump is unsuccessful or too risky. We haven't gone below delta neutral since March. So I would say way too risky. Was it March? Maybe it was a bit before then. Or after that. Hold on. It might have been, we might have gone below it in May. Let me double check. Do you really believe they're going to pull this up to 4,500 today? No, but I believe they're going to try. I think at a minimum they need to try for 4,480. They need to get the puts they sold yesterday back in the money. But them trying to do something and them being successful at doing it are different things. What was I looking for? Oh yeah. Let's see. The last time we fell below delta neutral was May 24th. So after May OPEX. For one day, briefly, we were below delta neutral. Since then, we've been above it. The dips have been below gamma. Yeah, so gamma neutral is another story. We have fallen below gamma neutral. And yes, they generally use gamma neutral to leverage larger upside swings. They have been unsuccessful in doing that recently. As a matter of fact, we've gotten rejected on all tests of fast gamma and gamma neutral over the last several days. With one, I mean, the longest one I think was like an hour and a half above it, and then we failed again. I held my calls through the drop in order to take advantage of the V. Is gamma neutral used as a form of slingshot? I mean, it partially does that all on its own, right? As prices rise, the market maker starts buying into rising prices more and more as you approach gamma neutral, and puts and short calls squeeze out, right? So any short calls opened below gamma neutral and any puts that are in the money will get squeezed out on the way up. So all of those things have an effect on why price action moves so quickly under gamma neutral. Do you have an extra VWAP hat for cloned Gherk? Of course. But I wouldn't give it to him. I'd give him something else so I know I was the real me. Rules of the stack gods. We must double top first and then drop. That's not true. Why markets do market things? Because the price of the underlying basket of stocks changes. Can you please get us to 48.80? I mean, I can't. Sava's below 20 again? Would you pick up leaps for Vega exposure? Probably not. Gurk less than Gurk. We're playing penny stocks now. I just bought 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares. Tell me that I can retire. Just so you know, those shares are going to be delisted on August 17th. Cloned Gurk can scope out your Tinder dates so you don't get catfished. But what if the catfish is successful on the clone, and then the clone reveals where I live? Anything new on Siri? Does it still have a chance? Yeah, it still has a chance, but nothing new on it. When GME RQ, well, they've got plenty of money, so not anytime soon. If it's successful in your clone, it's not really your clone now, is it? Well, here's the problem, Gen. Is that clones aren't mentally identical. They're just biologically identical. And if I had to raise my clone, I mean, it would probably grow up having a very different life than I did. If not mentally identical, then this plan is useless. Forget it. I'm just imagining you furiously shoving books about cloning back onto shelves. So you're saying my clone will be hot, but maybe not as insufferable as I am? Score? Yeah. And if you make friends with it, you guys could preen each other. That's not what I learned in the documentary Multiplicity. Uh, this kind of looks Big Bear. It's not looking very bullish just yet. But higher low again. I regret asking the clone question. Yeah, you're an asshole. Can you tell the markets to end at 44.80? No. Are you shelving the bio books as we speak? Hear me, what if every 15 years you make a clone of yourself and train the clone to replace the active version of you, a la the Prestige, and then you live forever? Huh. That was an amazing movie that made no sense. But do you? Right? That's the part about it. That pumping the VIX? What's happening? VIX is going up a little bit. That was the exact opposite point of the Prestige. OG Gurk is a cheese buyer for Kroger. This thing dying a slow death? I don't know if it's dying right now. Give me 1 second. I need more caffeine to deal with this. Alright. The video's taking a beating. Yeah, it is. How spicy do you think SLD will get next week? I don't know. I hope it's spicy. Spicy SLD might be bearish. He's just dodging my baby corn question. Wait, what did you ask about baby corn? If you were the clone Gurk, what would be your answer to the question, what is the best eggplant parmesan recipe? The answer would be mine. Dad, the market can't fight Godzilla. Hmm, that could be true. Yeah. Everything's still looking kind of bullish, right? Well, maybe. They really did try this morning. They need to try harder. Oh, that's wrong. Hold on, I gotta fix this. How about snow peas and Asian dishes? Is that common? Sounds on baby corn and Asian dishes. I hate it. I mean, baby corn's amazing. Up $4 every hour. It seems like they're fucked. They might be. Although they're winning on the volatility front. So that's a thing. They're I mean, I guess the biggest problem is they're not really shaking the puts on the upside moves. They've tried a couple times now, and it's mostly not worked out. Call interest kind of falls off after 44.70. It doesn't really pick up again until like 70. Well, 75 falls off 80, 80, 90. A lot of interest at 4,500. No apparent reason. Uh, the chances of getting any meaningful leverage here are pretty slim. But they're still selling the 44.50. Bears are emboldened. Hot PPI. 4,500 is the pickle jar. No, it's not. If it is, the pickle jar just consists of all hedge funds. What's the bottom of your trend line on SPX? On like the 1 hour chart? We tested that earlier today. I mean, it's like 448 and rising, so yeah, it's about 140, sorry, 44.50 now. Is this downside movement due to futures selling off? You know, I really don't think futures have all that much volume today. Futures definitely struggled with 44.90 this morning, but then the next rejection at like 44.80 was a little less significant. I think it'd almost be better to have a lower low here, test like the descending trend, and then try to bounce. I'd probably get more put capitulation that way. Hey there, I got some settled cash in my margin account. I'm hoping to look a spread or two focused on hitting the 43.50, 4400 area. You think September's a little close? Well, you don't want to get too much theta on debit spreads because the more theta you have, the less profit you'll realize up front, right? Because they benefit so much from theta decay. Straight down to 4400. Yeah, 4450 is definitely pulling on the price action. I'll close my puts if we test under 4450 again. You mentioned some upstart put ladders the other day. Any idea what date those expire on? They weren't ladders. They were, well, they formed ladders, but they were sweeps. Um, they were all the way out until like October, some of them. How spicy do you think SLD will be next week? I have no idea. It depends on how much margin is needed. If they're able to get VIX under control before SLD and the price back up a little bit, they may not need to make larger deposits. But if they do need to make larger deposits, then it could be quite spicy. Last few months they haven't really needed much margin. More IV for sold puts, create more credit for zero DTE calls, right? Yep. That's usually how they do it. It also allows them to average down the overall volatility in positions that were sold when volatility was much lower, right? So if they were, if they were selling 44.50s the last time when VIX was under 13, and they're selling 44.50s this time with VIX over 15, they can average up positionally the whole thing, right? When will the good lady VWAP grant us $50 of price action? Oh, I don't know. That's interesting. Going off the wrong trend there? Probably. Hmm. When you say no need for margin deposits, does that mean that the positions they have opened on margin are profitable at the time of the deposit, so they have no need to deposit more, so no sell-off? Partially, or that margin requirements on their currently open positions are not very mm, large. Do they have an exit strategy? They can't keep this up forever. It looks like their exit strategy is try to keep this up forever. Do you think we already had our ups for today? What is OI, and might VWAP be telling you, sir? I don't know what you would expect VWAP to be telling me here, but um, there's some out of the money call interest. There's more further out of the money call interest. And they can just short VIX and try to drive the price up at pretty much any time. I don't think that the test earlier was the full extent of their ability to pump the market. I don't mean to alarm anybody, but my PTRA position is already up $6. Dear God. I'm guessing once calls get super cheap around 2, we're gonna go up to 44.80 with a dump into close back to 44.55. Why would we stop at 44.80? The gamma skew chart. Is there gamma skew chart? He's just talking about like the gamma per strike. We have to get moving to get us above 44.80, right? No, not particularly. Like they could, I mean, we went up like 50 BPS yesterday and the day before yesterday in like 20 minutes. It just tells you how much gamma cumulatively is at each strike and whether the majority of it is positive or negative. Hmm. If PBI news is being spun cool when hot, they want to pump it, y'all. GameStop finally announced they're selling the Steam Deck? Oh, okay. Elon and Zuck are gonna fight. What happens if one of them dies? I suppose that would depend on the state they're in and how they die. What if Zach chokes out Elon and takes over X? I'll buy calls on Tesla. The pickle jar is sitting on pins and needles this afternoon. I've noticed. Is everyone just overexposed out of the money? Sounds like a lot of people bought puts at the bottom or calls at the top. Why not both? I feel attacked. Pardon me, sir. I only exposed myself. I only properly exposed myself. Thank you. Calls near the top, gang. Stand up. Do you trade under an S corp or an LLC? One of those things. I'd stand up, but Theta Crush keeps me wheelchair bound. I'm sorry to hear that. I took the port up 20% and I'm done for the day. I'm just sitting back with a plate of just baby corn now. Yeah, that guy didn't say just baby corn. He specifically doesn't like baby corn in Asian dishes. If Japanese markets weren't closed today, would things be spicier? I mean, things are already kind of spicy. I can see the yen going over 145 this weekend. What's the BOJ's limit for the yen? I think it went above 145 briefly last October. I wonder how much they'd spend to reverse it. I know last time they spent like 18 billion or something. And that was the first time the yen hit 150 to the dollar since like the 90s. And this is the second time now. Speaking of corn, why is corn inflation so heavily weighted in the Fed's data? Because we put it in everything. Have you been reading agricultural reports? The rest of the Asian dish I ate? Hmm. Interesting first name, last name. Creamed corn is for serial killers. But cream spinach is amazing. Gracias, hermano. This is my first week of straight wins, all from your teaching. I managed to 3x that Netflix play, and I hope this pays for your monthly sub. Much love to the pickle jar. Best cult ever. Thank you, Spook. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations on Netflix, dude. That's awesome. Pickles picks were good this week, huh? Did they all hit? Did any miss? They all hit? Nice. Nearly, literally everything. Corn flakes, corn syrup, corn hub, corn starch. I played none of them. I've never creamed a vegetable. I thought that was illegal. No. The fuck is corn hub? If you don't know, you're not cool enough to ask. Cat 280C 89X the top. Yeah, I know. They all hit because I played none. I creamed in a couple of vegetables on the short bus. That's not appropriate. Dewey, CEO of Rice and Bean Jelly Hole. Stuffed again. Can we crash now, please? No. It's not illegal to cream corn. It's just frowned upon. Wow. Congratulations. That's the worst thing that's been said today. What's your process for finding stocks for pickles picks? Well, if I told you that, what use would I be? I'm at the point where I'm handling positions okay, but the ability to find them is still elusive. At least you're pretty. um Identifying plays. And part of that you're going to learn with experience by finding things that work and things that don't, right? And then looking for those same setups in other stocks. I don't, I went through this with Stefan once. I don't think that I'm not sure I could teach that effectively. I'm not sure it's good to teach that. Pro tip, don't trust dairy-free creamed corn. Wait, hold on. Is that the one with extra protein? Options positioning aside, you mean on the options only index? Is it going to track between these and then break up? It could. It's a descending wedge. Consolidation is tightening. I think a Gherk lunchbox would be cool. Do you frequently take a lunchbox with you places? Stefan went on a vision quest, then YOLO'd everything into raw water futures. Last time I ordered a jar of dairy-free creamed corn, it looked like the slime mold had taken over. And I think that guy who sold it to me in the alley was lying. Maybe. Was it crawling? Lunchboxes are actually making a comeback in elementary schools? What did they switch to? We could cross-pollinate a cucumber and an eggplant and make a ghercumber? I don't know if you could cross-pollinate them. The eggplant's part of the nightshade family. I'm not even sure you could get a hybrid. Although, maybe you could cross-pollinate eggplant with tobacco, and you could make a brand of cigarettes called Parms. Crazy guys. Hi, Gurk. Tom Lee here. I only know two things, eating paste and pumping markets, and I'm all out of paste. SVX 10K end of year. Thanks for everything. Sorry to hear that you ran out of paste so quickly. I don't know who has higher T at this point, the pumpers or Carl. It's a good question. Maybe Carl is the pumpers. Has anybody considered that? The planet has smoked everything else. Why not an egg? I'm sure someone's tried to smoke an egg. Best stream card ever or greatest stream card ever? It's a pretty good one. Trash Dan made it. So, obviously, it's awesome. What type of stocks get the worst beating during SLD? Usually, like core positions. So, like SPY, DIA, QQQ, the components therein. Carl's Tea sounds like a great business opportunity. My housemate cooks his eggs in an air fryer. That's fucking disgusting. Ugh. So everything holding up the market, yeah. Greatest stream card ever in your DMs. Ah. Yeah, that was a day that happened. What's this? Hey, it's a lunchbox. Nice. I'm bored. Can we watch the 5-second? No. Do you have a pizza dough recipe? Hold on. Like, what kind of pizza? See anything interesting in terms of sold SVX puts, bought out of the money SVX 0 DTE calls? Not a lot has changed in the last hour. There's more calls bought slightly. Uh, Puts are about the same and significantly greater in number than the calls. Although a lot of those puts are sold. I don't like Roberta's pizza. I think it's bad. Although their recipe for dough is good. Popcorn air popped or coconut oil? I mean, popcorn should obviously be popped in oil. I had this conversation pretty extensively the other night, actually. It almost led to me purchasing a commercial popcorn machine for my apartment. Thankfully, I didn't. Are pumpers fighting a lot of downside pressure, or is selling light today? Uh, Actually, both of those things, I think, are pretty true. Hmm. I didn't buy the popcorn maker. I own a commercial popcorn machine, and I gotta say, I love it. Hmm. The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus must have nothing on the Narnia you seem to live in. What do you mean? Because I was gonna buy a popcorn machine? What's up, Dork? Now pump? Hmm. Maybe. Triangle. I know I drew it. I grow my own popcorn. It's a bomb. Seems like a lot of work. Why didn't you tell me about spreads sooner? Would you have listened? Will you buy an industrial popcorn maker? I'll find my way up to New York City just to grab a bag. That's an excessive trip for popcorn. Now, if I had popcorn and peas, that would make more sense. Everyone's hair on fire is on fire at the company. Anyways, I'm gonna be working over the weekend. Should YOLO extra work 10 days into PTRA shares for the MOASS? What MOASS? It's up 1%, right? Shut your fucking mouth, dork. Do you believe that DVM will keep tracking with the market? So it might be better to wait for getting back in. Oh, did you get a sign? You ever have freeze-dried Skittles? No. Huh. If you got popcorn and frozen peas, I'll move in and make a nest in your rooftop pool. Don't tempt me, man. Is this descending wedge, which should break up? It's actually a little more equilateral now, but still slightly descending. So there's a bit of bullishness to it. Green candle equals MOAS. Didn't you get the menu? Oh, the memo? I must have missed it. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's only up 22% today, right? Yeah, it's no big deal. Plenty of time, right, Dork? I'm not sure if you don't see it or didn't like my earlier suggestion regarding bringing back an old friend for a day. I didn't see it. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Just tuned in. We're still bearish. How do you think today shakes out? Let's fucking go. I'm not particularly bearish. I have puts, but uh, I still feel like bullishness is on the menu. I mean, when every cent is 10%, it's true, right? No, no one's. I'm not full porting anything. These were an accident. I was trying to buy Party City and I bought the wrong stock. I just can't sell it because of PDT. There's no thesis here. This isn't the stock you're looking for. Have you gone over spread concepts? There's not a lot to understand. Trying to get my learn on. You sell an option and you buy an option, and then the difference is the risk or potential profit, depending on if it's a net credit or a net debit. I want to throw this one out here. Hear me out. I know it's been a long time, a very long time, but what do you think about bringing back an old friend for a day? Guybrush for 4,500. How many fucking puts do you have right now? First of all, only JC can request Guybrush. And since he's not here, that's not happening. So, anyways, I spent the entire morning researching that company and writing a DD on it. Just because I saw it in your report. No, you fucking didn't. You woke up late, and then you've been busy with work ever since. I know you've spent at least 3 of the last 4 hours helping someone fix a television. on the clock. Hey man, I listen, I just rarely apply. Fair enough. I wasn't actually buying Party City. Gross. He's out of line, but he's right. No puts. Calls targeting 4,500. I'm not even in bad shape yet. I'll probably buy some puts once we break 4,500, though. Okay. What if we don't? Then it will because JC didn't request Guybrush for MOASS. This is just shill talk. I'm not. If JC shows up, bans walking from the Ko-Fi, and asks for Guybrush, it's all his. I'm about halfway through Reminisce of a Stock Operator since starting last night. Fantastic stuff. How do you avoid some of those pitfalls? E.g., listening to others' input, not your own plan. Oh, it's easy. I just assume everyone's really stupid. I'm usually right. It's a great assumption to make, and statistically very accurate. So when people are like, "Oh man, this guy's saying this thing's gonna happen," broadly, I could be like, "Well, that guy's a fucking moron," and that's usually correct. Dog, welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. Riku, dude, I appreciate it. Guys, flock. There's another Pigeon Whale in the mix. Get him prepped and buttered up. We've got shit to do tonight. Bend over, Nedog. It is time. How is this shill talk? You're talking about 4,500 too, and I'm profitable over 4,470. I'm just trying to make some money. All right, listen. I can't grant you agency over Guybrush. It's promised to someone else. In the Discord, most people don't even claim to have formed their opinion based on anything. It's just based off their feelings or something. Butter him up for his Pigeon Whale members only Nuru massage. Yep. Gherk on it. Triangle. Broke. Broke the triangle, dork. Dorking it. I'm new to shorting. How do you choose inseam length? Coefficient of ball hang? Sometimes you could just take the convexity of the dangle. Fix, suppress me harder, daddy. I'm a pigeon whale, meow. Where's my song? Wait, didn't I play the fucking song? Oh, I played the wrong song. Or they're not working? There you go. Go bump it up.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
If I say anything that's not about Zom, there's a 95% chance I'm trolling. You think Tesla's grossly overvalued? Yes. I'm not looking to buy it, but a friend of mine thinks it's going to 1K a share. He's a fucking idiot. See? It works. You see how I did that? I spearheaded the Guybrush campaign with JC, and I agreed not to bring out Guybrush. He comes out of the depths of despair on the bullish reversal. Exactly. This is looking kind of bearish. Go to a tailor, tell them which side you dress on, and then steal his DD. Why does my gentleman sausage have so much yaw? I don't know. Traumatic injury? Was the Pigeon Whale based on any existing song I don't know? Or is this just super awesome original? It was written for here. So yeah, original. It's a lot easier to hold through the chop with 1 DTE instead of 0 DTE. Is this value investing? You're getting close, but no, not yet. If you'd said 3 DT or something, I'd have called you a boomer. I told you I'd join after I could afford it via the things I've learned from you. That's fucking awesome, man. Seriously. Congratulations, Nedog. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it. Resistance at 4465? Yes. 4470 is a bit stronger, though. Oh, actually, 4470 took some profits. Interesting. 4465 is the stronger resistance here. I guess we'll see if they keep shorting VIX. I'm more excited to claw back 2.5K of underwater calls, or to see your smug ass smile when we break 4480. Don't give me bullshit. It was this week's profits. I'm allowed to YOLO when I want to YOLO. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Posty. There's no judgment. I don't care where you've YOLO'd. Can you confirm or deny pigeon whales get intra-week additional picks for paper trading? I didn't... What? Who told you that? Don't listen to them. Fucking... What's your take on Lucid? I see a couple of them in my neighborhood, and they certainly make better premium EV than Tesla. They definitely make a better quality vehicle than Tesla, but that's a low bar. I have a friend who bought one. They're pretty cool. They got a lot of headwinds they're facing right now, though. I'm not really sure that's a sector I want to invest heavily in, with prices dropping probably a lot in the near future. One day I'll be a whale. Congrats, bro. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Give me your dang dumps already. What? No, that's not what. You're on the wrong team, Tyler. I can't afford Pigeon Whale. I just get a new credit card every few months, and once I max it on Pigeon Whale memberships, I get a new one. Pigeon Whales are single-handedly causing the increase in consumer credit usage. It's at all-time highs. Oh, I get it. So this is how you're gonna make your puts print. You're just never gonna pay it back. Okay. I was at the DDS with PTRA. Petra? He was getting his last tooth cleaned, and TR said they were all rescued by flying whales. Interesting. Gook doesn't care where you YOLO. You can YOLO at your job, you can YOLO with the mob, you can YOLO on the can, and you can YOLO in a van. You can YOLO in your car, and you can YOLO near or far. Yeah, okay. Doctor, dump into clothes. After MOASS, I'm gonna buy a trendy electric car and convert it to internal combustion. Not gas or diesel, just pure oil. Okay, so crude. You're gonna run it on crude? I don't know if you can. It'd be a very inefficient system. I don't think crude has a lot of energy density. Maybe I'm wrong. Twitter Furu's high consumer credit is bullish for the economy. SVX to 7,000. Quantitative easing STW. I saw a bunch of posts on fucking Twitter the other night about like the Fed buying bonds being equivalent to quantitative easing, but completely ignoring the fact that the Fed has mandatory bond buying programs. I always said I would join if I'd turn my 5K account into 25K. PiFi helped me do it. Nice, man. Now turn it into 100. Do we want SPX pump end of day? I'd be okay with that. I think mostly this morning we saw a lot of puts sold, and I think those will close. And so we're seeing a lot of puts sold and out of the money calls bought, and then I think they'll close the puts they sold this morning as we get into the latter part of the day, and they're profitable, right? As theta decays, and then that'll start to put the long calls in the money, and then they'll go short calls at close. 4565C beckons for me. How do I tune out these sirens and survive? Oh, it's not that hard. Interesting. That still looks good. More uppies? Should I have sold in the money puts this morning? Huh. I need to get greedier. What? I didn't say anything. Can you say that again? My pencil was out of lead. I will not YOLO in a car. I will not YOLO near or far. I will not YOLO in a house, and I will not YOLO with a mouse. I do not like green gains in a can. I do not like them, Pickle Man. Alright, well done. Well done. It's the correct rhythm. Bunker C, which requires 219 to 261 Fahrenheit to turn it into a liquid. So yeah, pretty inefficient. Yeah, that sounds like garbage. The pumpers need some HGH, but then they're gonna get jaw problems. Regale us with the tale of your third options account and Tesla to Netflix debacle. So I built an options account for scalping. Like it was like a brand new account, and I opened it up, and this was like mid 2020. I don't remember the exact dates, but I full ported Tesla one morning, with like a 10% stop on, it was like $15 out of the money calls, and Tesla went up like 89% in the next 7 days. And then I full ported Netflix, and it went up like 50% in like 3 days. And then I confirmed the downside on Netflix after its insane pump, and went full port short on it. And Netflix stayed above that price until 2022, pretty consistently. So I don't know, 15x'd my money on Tesla, and then like 9x'd it on Netflix, and then lost it all. This is fun. It was over pretty quick, but I decided the scalping account should be a little more risk averse after that. One of my bigger losses. I wasn't talking about TMJ, I was talking about acromyalgia. The two balls have formed. All that's left is the shaft. The question is, will it be engorged or flaccid? I have a question for you that affects my buying, especially in this bear market. Ah, what? Sippy Cup Adventure. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Oh, I see. I know, Dork. It's interesting how your wedge ends right at power hour. No, it's not. That's just happenstance. Can we put a pin in the pumps today? You could. Imagine if we tank end of day and everyone has to rush in to buy protection Monday. What if I already have puts for Monday and then calls for today? What about that, Bob? Not me? Oh. My call's the reason we went back in the triangle, isn't it? No, your calls was just entered at a bad time. I thought you'd appreciate this. I just realized I have fresh chanterelles growing in my backyard. I would have thought, who would have thought living in Atlanta? I'm gonna brown them up with some butter, real nice like. Don't eat mushrooms that you find in the wild. Don't do that. I used to just playing the bear market for someone with no experience playing the downside and is very risk averse. Probably like some inverse ETF that's not leveraged. Or like long dated debit spreads. Speaking of food, have you had mussels again since the fiasco? You know, I don't even like mussels that much. So, no. That's what Big Mushroom wants you to think. Vetted through to local foragers. Okay. I mean, as long as you trust them with your liver and kidneys. I don't think chanterelles are very hard to identify, but I moral hunt every year. I have 2 pounds dried right now. You're saying you wouldn't want those? Aren't you gonna wait for the market to tick up and sell them? Reddit showed me an RSS post on my homepage. It's really hard to fathom how hard they're still tinfoiling about random data blips. IQ down hard. By that way, that guy should eat those shrooms. Mother Nature's food gift to Iowans. I know about the yen. Quiet, you'll scare it. It doesn't seem very pumpy, Girk. Well, it is. Are calls starting to sell off? No, not really. There's actually more of them now. I think short puts are closing. Zero DT short puts are closing. Yen's gonna do it. Didn't it do it this morning? I feel like you missed it already. Oh, maybe not. I thought it came close this morning. Ooh. That's kind of fun. It's doing it more. When BOJ sell dollar buy yen. What's your confidence level in 4480 before end of day? /S. I see the yen is going down in value to the US dollar. So where can I get a cheap Nintendo later? That's not how that works. Peg that motherfucker to the dollar. Do it. I used to feed the pores. What did you feed them? Can you move your top trend line from the second test past 4475 to the first one lower? Hmm. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like this? Yeah, you could do that. Lies. People out there starving and yet 800-pound butter cows exist. We live a life of excess in this country. My eyes just focused really weird. Taylor Swift gives bonuses totaling over 55 million to every person working on massive Eras tour. That's so cool. TLT is dying hard. Yep. I'm gonna need to see SPX 4500 end of day stat. Well, we're not getting closer to that number right now. Give it time. Margot Robbie and Taylor Swift single-handedly trying to save the economy. Someone's got to provide the liquidity. Give me 1 second. right. Where are the pumpies when you need them? Which pumpies? What time is it? 2 o'clock? God, that's got to be frightening. That looks good. No, I'm about as zoomed out on VIX as I can get. You just want to see it like this for a second? That's the 1 hour. Yen double top or MOASS? You mean double bottom? Depends which way you look at the currency pair, but yes. Maybe. It's really bad for them, right? Their currency isn't worth shit. I think SLD will have enough pull to get Fubo below 225. I mean, it's below 250. Why do you care about 225? Break even on some puts? Hmm. Maybe. It's really finding a lot of support here, though. There's also another resistance to the downside at 237. I'd be careful. Just be careful with shorting volatility shorts with puts. Like popular volatility shorts. Can SLD be done before the SLD date? Yeah. Yeah, especially if liquidity deposits were essential before. Right? So if margin got tight, like last week, right? For instance. It's very possible like supplemental liquidity deposits needed to be made at that time. That was part of the change that happened in 2022 to SLD, was that, if necessary, participants could deposit at any time. Was there enough time left to get to 4,500 today? I mean, yeah. I would also like below 225 to milk more out of those greedy $2 calls I sold. Fair enough. Thanks, Nicolaire. Also, can you make us go below 4,300? Not this week. Hmm. This is exciting. 100 BPS in 2 hours? We have enough to do that and still dump into close. Yeah. There's definitely more than enough time. I think mostly it just depends on how positioning at 4480 behaves, but I don't think that's going to be too bearish. It's only 80 BPS. They pumped us $45 in 30 minutes yesterday at open when calls were more expensive. Yep. Although I do think there's a significant amount of put interest at like actual short put, like short not short put, but short interest at 45.65. So there's a bit of a barrier. I think they're selling the 45.65 also, but if we don't test 44.65 here in 8 minutes, I'm bailing. That's reasonable. There's a news article of a guy who kicks squatters out of people's houses doing God's work. Hmm. Like physically or legally? Which God? He signs a lease with the actual owner to move in, then sets up cameras in the house and harasses them until they leave. It's hilarious, but effective. Hmm. Whoa. That's no good. I'm glad I didn't blindly eat those. Sounds like a great way to get stabbed. Yeah. It sounds staged. Or in some states, a great way to get sued for monetary damages by the squatter that's already living in your house. Actually, as far as people who don't check on their properties for 5 years, I had a neighbor in California that ended up getting their property from the courts because their landlord passed away and his children didn't know he owned the house. So they took possession of the house and they had to pay like the 5 years back property taxes. That's like getting a fill way below the bid. The next few days look like a really good time to either break down out of this channel we've been in since March or rip to 47.50 or something. As far as larger moves go, yeah, I don't know if I really see that, but um, I do agree that price action is breaking down on the upside quite a lot. Does this lack of pumps on a market-wide zero DTE day mean anything, or meh? It's still early. Squatters can be people withholding rent until repairs are made, and landlords refusing to make repairs because they want new tenants at a higher rate. That's also probably far more common than people just holding up in someone's abandoned home. Can you explain pros and cons selling 3x at the money 1 DTE SPY puts against my 3x September 450 puts as a hedge versus buying 1 7 DTE call at the money instead? Hmm. Well, one's credit, right? So you're able to continue freely trading with the credit received, whereas on the debit, you're not. So there's an opportunity cost to holding the like just the long call position. That's not as present. There's a theta risk difference there. Those are the only two real issues I see. I mean, one of them is betting on up though, and one is flat or up, right? And so you cover a wider range of hedging scenarios with the credit spread than you do with just the call. Because on flat, you're not hedged against flat by buying a call. Is it better to trade the up and downs of this trend until it comes to fruition? You can, yeah. It's a lot of like over trading, but you can. The moves are sufficiently large enough. They're better earlier when the trend's setting and like realized volatility is higher versus the consolidation period where it becomes more risky to try to play the trend. Or sell the put and buy the call at a discount. Well, that gives you leveraged upside exposure, which may be better considering you're hedging 3 to 1. Although at that point, maybe you'd choose something like opening an in the money credit spread, right? Because you already have, so you have 3x long puts at 45.50, right? And then you could go um you could open like you could sell 45 like 70 and then long another put at like 45.75, right? And then On an upside move, you're profitable. I think you're, yeah, you're still no, you could sell two. Yeah, you could sell two 45.70s. And on a move above 45.70, you're profitable, but in this range below 45.70, you don't really lose money. I'd have to set that up on option strat, but I'm pretty sure that works. We have three of these. And then... Okay. Change expiration. 15. And 70, 75, but just one. So that's 2. So yeah, you could have something like this. Right, where you've so this is your current like profile, right? And if you were to sell, oh, sorry, son of a bitch. Yeah, so if you were to sell two of these and buy one 45.80, then you've created a hedge to the upside. So your profitability curve, I mean, you hedge, you effectively hedge all prices up to like 4,700 before you start losing a lot of money. You could even increase that so that the leverage is equal. You don't get a ton of credit here, but you get like $3 per sold contract for 2 days. And then on the upside, you can close them. You done DCAing your upside calls in your other account. I didn't DCA them. I just have 44.55 and 44.60s in my other account. And I have a debit spread at 50.75. Half of them are, well, all of them are in the money right now, but they're not profitable. I needed to break above 65, and I think I hit break even on the whole position. No problem, Larry. AMC is a shit company. It isn't. Problem solved. Pretty accurate. It'd be swell if SPX could test 4490 while I'm in the OR. If you can help with that, thanks. I'll do my best for you, Dave. Do you ever see yourself opening a restaurant when you're older and don't need to spend so much time on trading? But I don't want to spend time on anything else. Just keep it there until I'm done if you can. It gets messy scrubbing out to close spreads. World's slowest breakout that's not really a breakout. I mean, it is a breakout. It just sucks. Might as well ask if you ever thought of opening a coal mine and just mine coal instead of trading. I did, and then I bought BTU instead. Why no clown candles when we anticipate them? When were you anticipating the clown candles? It's funny, I had a friend complaining about how theft was so bad in San Fran. He lives in Maine and has never been to Cali. Pointed out wage theft was 50 billion last year. Theft is just recovering the money. It's one way of doing it. The other way is guillotines. And yes, I know we don't need them nowadays, but they send a message, and that's what's important. $44.75's Derek. What about him? Guillotine for president 2024. I'm back from my meeting. Thanks for waiting for me, dude. You're a king. No problem. That was a quick 60% on 44.75s. Garsh, this high IV is nice. Vana. If Todd gets VIX below 14 for the day, he's gonna get promoted, isn't he? Probably, yeah. He's gonna get that extra D in his name. No more Todd work for him. Just more Todd work. Unlimited D for Todd. I thought you were going into surgery, Dave. Don't you have D to deal with in there? You got better. Yeah, starting in 5. It's good to know where your focus is. Is Todd a girl and we'll get double D's? I don't know. You don't have to be a girl to get more than one D. Just a quick kidney stone. Oh. You got YouTube chat before surgery. Classic. Male with double D's here. Can confirm. Hmm. Really bullish or slightly bullish? Slightly bullish. Getting more bullish. Now. Now and for the next 30 minutes. It seems like their only play here is VIX crush pumping is small potatoes. I mean, yeah, but the amount of value they save in peeling back their risk is more than worth it, right? The limit sell on my zero DTs just moved down from 44.80 to 44.75. I have no idea why it would do that. Did you move it? In fairness, he'll get the D if he doesn't keep it below 15 also. It's true. I went to get a haircut today and pulled out my phone to show him something. He saw a picture of a bearded man with long blonde hair. He was it was very awkward. Are you a bearded man with long blonde hair? Was it a picture of you? TDA limit sell on my zero DTs just moved. I don't know what it means. I think they got priced up. I don't know why your fucking limit sell would move though. Okay, so pump 44.80-ish, maybe higher. Sell off into close. That's what I'm looking at. Your stream card is a bearded man in a hot tub with long hair. Okay. How's that awkward? Just be like, just, if they give you a weird look, just be like, that's what I'm into. Fuck's your problem? Judgy hairdresser. Just tell him you like to put men's faces on Margot Robbie's body. You know you'd still smash. Damn, yo, I got no conviction and lost out on the pump. Lame. I blame Lawrence for peer pressuring me into selling my calls. Imagine listening to people on the internet. Ooh. Well, there's a lot more 4475 calls now. But the 4460s aren't closing. Struggle. I said I was capitulating on my zero DTEs to trick the market into going up. Well, all you did was fuck Casper. Imagine listening to people on the internet, to the audience of game degens. Well, you know. Oof. Getting cleaned out here. Is that gonna kill the momentum? I don't know. Probably not. That might. It's so hard for the Bulls. The sellouts are strong. Yeah, it's because they're trying to use zero DTE calls to offset like 45 DTE put buying. Nice, adopted by the Dans. Well done, dude. You got it, deep fried pickle. See you later, man. Have a good weekend. This is nuts. That's awesome. Thanks, Girk's P.O. Box guy. It's good to see you, man. I haven't checked the P.O. Box in quite some time. So I need to start selling the shit out of the 4465 and loosen up some of the The hold there, they're never gonna get this above 44.70. I've watched them save their positions countless times now. They leave no 4,800 behind. I don't know. They've made like 3 pushes for 45.50, and they've failed to extricate those short puts. That was an extremely wide strangle, Cobra. If we closed below Delta Neutral, how much fun do you think next week would be? Not a lot. I mean, if something big's gonna happen, it's probably not gonna happen until, like, SLD OPEX. The short puts that needed rescuing expiring 8/18 or today. 8/18 and 9/15 and 10/20 and January. They need to hit it on multiple fronts. Well, they've got QQQ moving. So a little bit of momentum there. Tech's all still red on the day though. Dow and Russell are kind of holding shit together a bit. There's always Theta in the Wendy's dumpster. True. Let's see how hard futures is pushing on this. Oh yeah, futures volume's picking up a lot. We need to break 44.90. Man, we really might only get 44.80 today. If we get that high. It's a lot of fucking volume with not a lot of price action. They're trying to squeeze them out and they just keep buying more. What do you think of rig? It's alright, but you might have missed the boat a bit on it. You trade better when your back's against the wall? I've been scalping as much as possible here to rescue my position, and I'm cleaning house. No, I don't. Not. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm rarely. I try to not put myself in a position where my back's against the wall in the first place. But usually, I can get out of a. I can get out of a big mistake if it happens. That's just the advantage of having money, though, is you can bail yourself out. Do you think you can continue to pump early next week? Yeah, I don't see why not. It depends on if they can free us up from this price. Besides SLD, do we have any notable events for next week, like data or Fed speakers? We definitely have Fed speakers and some economic data. I think we have like retail sales next week, housing data, Fed manufacturing shit. Yeah, not too much. Usually the week after CPI is a little lighter, but there's some data. There's Fed speakers through most of next week. Oh, Wednesday we have the minutes from the last meeting. Then we have durable goods on Thursday, and then Jackson Hole begins Friday. Actually, does Jackson Hole begin? That's the week after. Sorry, that's the week after. So after OPEC's Jackson Hole. The minutes are going to say 0.5 hike if headline increases. Currently, they've got like a 0.25 in the chamber. Anything greater than that would be a surprise. Having any success squeezing these out, or are they just causing them to accumulate even more? Okay, gamma's high at the strike, but it's falling. So delta's falling off. And okay. So I think they're gonna push again. Looks like it. If they were able to get this above 4480, they could really, really drive it up. Best approach to take profits on a profitable QQQ call. Margin account without day trades available. You could just sell a call at against it to lock in the profits. You have to choose, like, you can't sell it at the same strike, but you can like sell one out of the money and cap profits, or you could sell one in the money and create a credit spread. So if you had like 44.75, you could sell the 70 or the 80. And this would create a debit spread. This would create a credit spread. You get more premium this way, but you take on less risk that way. No problem, Victor. You can also create a box, so you could you could sell a put at the same strike, or buy a put at the same strike, and then sell well, you can't sell that one in the same spot. So you sell the call here. So you do like 44.80, and then you would sell a 44.80 put, and then long a 44.75 put. So P, C, PC. Wait. Call. Put. Call. Oh, this is the 75, sorry. Should go 80. 80. No problem, adopted. Have a good weekend, man. Congrats on today. WeBull doesn't allow me to short sell options. Still paper trading, but I'd like to get used to trading with cash account. I've previously bought a put at the same strike expiration when profitable. Yeah, you can do that to like continue carrying the position overnight, or to hedge chop, but it's not very effective. A stop is arguably much better in that scenario. $44.75 call interest is increasing. So is 80, 85, and 90. So all of the call interest is increasing to the upside. Does what say max profit 800K? Do they need to push hard before 3 p.m. so the calls to still be somewhat profitable? Because Theta will eat up the remaining premium cost. I don't think they care about the premium cost as long as they have cash settlement in excess of the premium, right? Seatbelt is illuminated. Your option strat 800K max profit, 16K max loss. Yeah, max profit would be if that so that was somebody else's put position. They were asking how to hedge it, but that would be if SPX went to 0. So not likely. Hmm. Oh shit. Hmm. 75 and 80 increasing. 65's closing a bit. So some of the 65 puts are getting pressured out. I hope JFresh is ready for a 2 Sigma move. The Pickle Pickle song.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up. Don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up. Don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock.
Or we could just crash into close. That would also be a 2 Sigma move. Chris Karate, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
no code. Get the cash in advance cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY please cause I need G and me to move soon man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
If this falls back to 4480, that's the end of the line for 4480. The risk position is 4475. 4480s are just today, but no, the 4475 aren't dead. The 4500s might be. This just looks like stop loss hunting. Corresponding futures rejection is pretty weak. Looks like it's kind of capped out. Interesting. Buyers there. Tech still recovering a little bit. More bullish. Or did they quickly remove Vega exposure? No, Vega exposure is highest for the zero DTs. It's highest at 4465. I hear your mouse click like that. Imagine you buying 1,000 zero DTEs. I think the most zero DTEs I've ever bought is like 250. Well, at once. Were you profitable on them? I hit break even. They were pretty far out of the money. Generally like batches of 10 or 20. I don't usually buy that many. Spreads, sometimes I sell like a couple hundred. Don't like dork hear you? It's not this account, so it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Let's go have a meeting. Dans are unionizing. They now have healthcare for all the penicillin. Dans don't need penicillin. Those entire numbers are fluctuating on your screen every tick. They were pretty far out of the money. No real reason for a breakout. We don't need reasons for breakouts. Remember? There's no reason we should be at 44.67 right now. All the penicillin we need grows in this weird little patch on the underside of the dumpster. So we take turns licking it to stay healthy. Nice. That looks like a Head and Shoulders gherk. Yes, it does. This is one of the times you're very confident in the move, isn't it? I actually don't know. I'm moderately confident in it just because the Bulls have a higher success record and VIX is kind of low right now, but you know, all of their call buying on zero DTE is being met with an equivalent amount of long dated put buying, and longer dated puts have way more delta than zero DTE out of the money calls. So this could easily end up being a fuck around and find out moment for the Bulls. I guess I don't care about profits on this, right? As long as it closes above 10. Yeah, I don't really need to be greedy here. All right. Now it'll turn around. Rug? I mean, they're trying. Buying a lot of puts. Did that kill the upside interest? A little bit. Well, the correct terminology, is rip and rug. Um, can you trade this chop on 0 DTEs? Oh yeah. You just can't go too far out of the money when like price actions like this. You have to stay really close to the money. But some of these entries are like easy as fuck. Like this one. That's super easy. This breakdown's really easy. Um Short here and short here were both pretty easy. Especially the second one. This was okay. This one I probably wouldn't have played. This one's probably wouldn't have played that either. This one I don't think it got hung up long enough to get like a good like you would have shorted here. That one I might have played. But yeah, I mean you can target them. You're not gonna get huge moves, but you get more than enough to print an out the money option. Why is which easy? The second breakdown on the double top, and that one's easy because of the veracity of the second breakdown. Like the first breakdown had some staying power, so I might not have played it when it chopped like in this range. But this one I definitely would have played. This one's easy, right? Because you're getting progressively lower lows into the test of resistance. But I mean, most of these, like once you've defined a trend like this, I mean, for intraday trading, it's pretty easy to just enter with a stop, right? Like you enter with a stop, enter here with a stop, here with a stop, right? And you're just taking on your max positional risk on each one, right? And like if you're like 10% on a 0 DTE contract in the early half of the day, 10-15%, like none of this downside action is going to stop you out, right? It's far too range bound. So you just make profits on the upside move. If vol was higher and not being actively shorted, these would be spikier and it'd be harder to enter them, but it's not. That's probably going to get rejected somewhere in there. No time for 4480? No, they could still get it, but they need to get the price back above 4465, and they have to hold the puts out of the money while they decay. So if we get 4480, it's going to be really, really fucking late in the day. No problem, crypto. Do you still think they'll accomplish it? They haven't fought very well at 4470. I mean, if they do accomplish it, they're very well distributed to the upside, right? So if they can break through, what's the elevator chime? Oh, probably uh it's in a different account. Um so if they can break away from 4465, then they start to have like some call interest um here and here, and then if they can pull up and test 4480 where they have fairly equal well, more equal call distribution, after that it's just flat, right? So well, few calls here and here, but not very many. So they can really like start to buy out of the monies and go up really, really fast from there. So I think that's their goal because that's the way they're positioned, right? They're positioned to break the 65 and push up into like 4480, 4490. They can still fail at 80 though. And if they fail at 80 too late, or they don't stop out enough 4480s on the way up, then yeah, they could miss out and lose their money. But that's what they're trying to do. So, and the presumption with VIX at 15 should be that they'll probably be moderately successful in their attempt, right? And that'll either mean we test 4480 or we go higher. If we're gonna go higher than 4480 though, I think it's gonna be a little later, much closer to close. Also, don't forget above 4475, their Vega risk flips, right? So then the market maker starts going shorter vol, which helps them buy cheaper and cheaper calls. Are we seeing a flood of call volume? It's pretty consistently strong. I think the difference between this and their usual end of day pumps, right, is that there's someone fighting back. You know, like normally when they're doing this shit, there's no pressure, right? They just buy and buy and buy, and price keeps going up. But now, you know, for every 100 contracts of, you know, point fucking, what are they? Point one delta, point one delta fucking calls they buy. You know, the app, like someone else is coming in and buying 0.4 delta puts. So this is the struggle. And that's why VIX is so crazy, right? That's why it keeps spiking. I just bought a 4480C. You're welcome for the delta. Yeah, this was much easier for them when there was no bears, because you just buy all the strikes, right? I mean, you guys were there, you remember. They would just start buying like the 65, the 70, the 75, the 80, the 85, the 95, and they just keep laddering it up over and over and over until the end of the day. I'm holding my 4470 to close. I probably should have held the 55, but I wasn't going to take a fucking loss on it. Like a ladder attack? I mean, yes, actually. Just on the call side. I mean, you're really creating a gamma ramp because you're buying so much volume. Like, they don't have a lot of delta, but they have a ton of gamma. So you're creating a ramp the market maker needs to hedge into by buying so many at the money contracts. Oh yes, I remember vividly. It's the opposite of UVXY. I mean, opposite. It's just leveraged. I don't know. Does it have a counter? I don't even know. YXVU? Yeah, no one ever uses that shit. Make sure you're not overpaying for delta on the VIX instruments because the skew on VIX is fucked. You can just type in ticker backwards to get the opposite. Jesus Christ. Todd's gonna get some extra treats and pats tonight. Yep, sub 15. Fubo $2.47 stable coin. It's holding up pretty well. Hmm. Ugh. 4470 is a fortress. Yeah, until it's not. This chop is awesome. I now have free 4470 75 debit spreads. Did you already finish surgery? 250 synthetic long on Fubo are likely to go back to 220, 230. I'm probably not going to go synthetic long at 250. Nothing sounds grab and go about horrific kidney stone pain. You didn't wash your hands. I love SVX stagnant paired with VIX. Hella short. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're not trying, right? Oh, the pain won't be grab and go, but don't worry, it didn't hurt me at all. Hmm. Would you say that these moves are consistent with VIX sub 15? You mean SPX 0 on the day? I would really appreciate it if today was not the day that Todd failed his job. Todd's been failing at his job for like a week now. Fuck Todd. How do you feel about an entry for jam puts around these levels? Um, uh, Probably a little low. You might get a better price in the next couple days. You definitely get better VIX, right? I've exited most of my Netflix puts, but bought some 420p lotto tickets. You think I can break down from this triangle before end of day? Let me see. It could. The test. So the test there would be 4117, but you've got to breach. They've got to breach the put like the put wall at 420, which it may not do, right? Like it may just test. It may just test 420 and then bounce if like 425s capitulate. So and theoretically they could even capitulate before then. If the 425s, and there's a lot of 0 DTE 425s, if the 425s start profit taking, it'll put the target range out of reach. Anyone buying Fubo under 250? I'll buy it under my cost basis, but I'm not buying it under 250. Still time for 20 bips. Pomp 44.90. Let's fucking go. There's plenty of time. Let SVX go up $1 for every minute till close. No skin in the game, but I kind of want to see the Bulls fuck around and find out. Yeah, don't worry, they're still buried under 45.50. They were selling 45.50s in like fucking October and September. They're not in a good spot. $100 lower. Winning the battle, losing the war. I'm not gonna lie, I'd like to see him break 44.75 because I want him to start pulling back more vol risk. Or not pulling it back. I'm not gonna lie, I could probably deal with every trading day being like this. This is way more fun than the usual market August. Let's see how ES is doing. Alright, ES is moving up to retest 44.90 again. We got ascending triangle. Right. Triple bottom recovery. Yeah, this'll matter. Looks pretty bullish there. 15-minute. Setup into Monday is kind of gross. Oh, dork! Where's dork? He's still busy with bullshit. No, hey. So crossover day puts closed today, by the way. They closed 90 BPS in the money. To $40 per contract. Yeah, exactly. Fuck yeah. Although, had crossover day been timed better, they could have closed 300 BPS in the money. So something to consider next time. Did you hear that Kramer said Nvidia has much more room to run higher? Does that mean puts time? I can't reasonably buy more puts on Nvidia than I already have. I like how chat's cheering on bulls now because they bought out of the money 0 DTEs. It's funny, right? Are the GME people getting excited? We'll just remind them that this isn't even the intraday high. I tried buying vertical call spreads at 60-65. The FOMO is real. Did you own any of the? Yes. That's how we closed them. Are you telling me to dye my hair blonde, Jimmy? Looks like a freaking movie star. I like that 20 cents on Jimmy. Looks like absolute moon vibes. How do you call the top of such an insane run any better? I mean, we didn't technically trust it, right? But I still bought on the crossover. Do it. You look handsy as fuck. Netflix pick was fire. I know. Mad Lad to Chad Lad in 20 days. Man, bulls are getting fucking slaughtered here. Mm, 4480 puts are taking profits though. 19 minutes. Is Todd gonna let VIX close above 15? Don't worry, Gork. I also bought puts 13 days after crossover day. So and 14 days and 15 days and 10 and 12 a little bit also. But holy fuck, theta's a lot on those positions. You cannot get the big leverage. Ugh. Gurk, can Dork green screen into your stream as a guest speaker? I don't know. Yeah, it must have been painful. You have to put your faith in Lady VWAP and know that she will protect your attendees. Can you poke Jamie? It hasn't done shit for 3 months. What's a terrible idea? Most of the time I just have my face buried in my hands while I deal with customer support. Fair enough. Oh, they're pushing again. Can they do it? What's the deal with Jimmy Relish line moving up over the last 2 to 4 days on the daily DD? Oh, Jimmy's getting fucking shorted hard. Or people are selling it. Or both. Probably both. See, for a very long time, GME has been range bound at like relatively the same liquidity level, right? This is one of the ways that you can kind of tell if people are exiting the underlying. So if we go back to like March, like the top of March 22, you see how this like we're getting like higher and higher peaks over time. These are paper-handed bitches. selling for a loss. Imagine selling a stock. I got a signed thank you. Same thing. Oh, I thought it was because I have $3,000 in calls that expire the 25th. You better hope you get lucky. Is Jimmy in for an OPEX? Maybe a small one. Some days I feel like selling my GME at a loss, then rolling that into a Fubo wheel. Okay, so this is what you do. Go back on the Fubo chart, right? And highlight the lows. I'll tell you how to solve this problem, this feeling that you're feeling. So what you're going to do is you're going to go back here to the Fubo chart. And I want you to look at these date ranges here and specifically here. Actually, you know what? This whole period and here. So from like Feb 23 through the beginning of May. And I want you to go to the Discord Fubo chat and read it. And then you might have a different opinion. My non-existent DD has us ending the day at 44.75. How could they have done this? Is this perhaps a good time to average down my GME shares? I'm sitting at 25. Well, it's cheaper than your cost basis, so it could be. I'm financially destroyed. Fubo RQ, wine, wine, wine. See, the difference between those people, and you know who they are, Atomic, and us, is we just bought more. They diluted, we bought more. I had like 2,000 synthetic longs in Fubo. They're so cheap. That's like 20 grand for like 2,000 calls. Ah, Goric, Fubo's going down. Ah, Goric, my cover calls are underwater. Yeah, I know. I don't even need to look at GME's price anymore. I just determine the price of GME by the number of complaints in the chat. I can just take the skewness of complaining and figure out if it's about long positions or short ones. I've been real trading for the past week on SPX. It seems I make most of the gains in the first hours. After that, I mostly lose. You gotta learn how to trade chop. I'm the morning trader. Is that normal? Yeah, but you and everyone else are too. And actually, over time, believe it or not, it's not as profitable as you think. You're paying higher premiums for generally lower returns. So being the morning trader, like, and you run into a lot of them if you talk to like day traders that are professionals or hobbyists. They'll be like, oh, I only trade like 9:30 to 10:30. Those people just are idiots. There's opportunities all throughout the day. Don't get me wrong, I was one of those people for a long time. Just cause it's easier, right? Like you don't have to really think. You just wake up, trade some positions, and then go do what you want for the rest of the day. But you're not gonna make like a shitload of money doing that. Nope, 4465s are not capitulating. 4465s are winning. What does this next week look like? I think kind of bullish. I mean, they've still got to get it over 4475, and the fact that they did it today is kind of bad for them. But it's not catastrophic. I saw a YouTube short of a guy who says he only trades 3 hours in the morning, then just journals and hangs out. I unliked and reported him to YouTube for abuse. I think anybody, most of the like shorts on trading I've seen are just nonsense, like paper accounts. They'll put emblems over the paper, like the paper trading thing on their stream, so you don't know they're fucking in a paper account. And it's so obvious too, right? Watch my trades. I'm so good. I have to show you in a replay. Don't talk about humbled trader that way. I think the WeBull paper accounts don't look anything like this. It looks like this. And it says place simulated order. Like it could be that's why none of them use WeBull. What's up, Walken? Those people are idiots. Same like SPX to 4500. That's where they needed it. What the fuck were you thinking? I was thinking that they were buying shitloads of calls at 4490 and 4500. That's the range. If you bought 4500 calls and were trading at 4450, you're the idiot. I bought 4455s. Is Walken getting cunty again? Walken's always cunty. God, I love being able to swear. He's so cunty, he has to pay just to talk to people. Yeah. August 18th, 4485C. Cut or hold over the weekend. August 18th, 4485. I'd at least hedge it. Have some sort of hedge in place if you're going to carry it over the weekend. I love this end of day. It's kind of bearish if they close here, huh? Although VIX is fucking smashed into the ground. Hey Greek, I forgot to sell my January Siri calls. What do? Pray? Find a god, pray to them. Shout out to all you Fridays are for the Bulls guys. They almost had it. They almost got it this morning. I don't get this Fubo thing. Are you guys like targeting the highs in 2022 or doing a vol play? What do you mean? I mean, I just own the stock, first of all. Like it's like a long buy and hold, but when it gets cheap, I generally get a lot of synthetic longs on it cuz you can get a shitload of leverage for basically no money. And management's done a pretty good job keeping on track with their goal of profitability, so I don't have a reason to sell it. If they'd held above 44.70 into power hour, there was a distinct possibility of Friday, in fact, being for the Bulls. I mean, we're still closing higher than we opened, so that was a small win. And they got VIX down a lot. Although, if VIX is above 15 at close, that's still not good for them. Especially if Ueda comes out from under his body pillow this weekend and fucking pegs the yen to the dollar. Navy Nuke, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, it makes sense. I haven't paid attention to Fubo, and all I hear is people complaining. Well, the first time it was a pickles pick. 2 days later, it ran. It was like a pickles pick for a long-term buy and hold. Like, I liked the way their financials were starting to look and the path they were taking towards subscriber growth. And so it was like a long-term buy and hold at like $3 or like $3.16. And then, like 3 days later, it ran up to $8. And this is what started off all the chaos. Because everyone started trying to buy it on the way down. Because they didn't enter it right away, right? Because they were like, oh, I got time. Because it was a buy and hold. So everyone started buying it on the way down at like $3. At which point, it had another run. And then everyone sold CCs on it too early. And then it kept going and they all got assigned. And then they started to buy on the way down, thinking it was going to move up, but instead of moving up, it just kept going down, and then went under $1, and everyone panicked for months. And now it's starting to kind of recover a little bit, as their earnings have progressively gotten better and better. And so now everyone wants to go long on it again after it's done running. So, typical stock stuff. Stop talking about us. Sorry. I didn't mean it. You also liked it because of the gambling aspect, which they abandoned. Yeah, that's true. But ultimately, I think it was the right choice. They can still like side load something else onto their platform with what they developed. I don't know if they will or not, but they still have like all the IP and everything. Ding ding. The day is done. How do you peg it to the dollar? Well, the Bank of Japan would have to decide to do it, but essentially, all transactions in the yen would be made equivalent to the dollar, and the Bank of Japan's policy, monetary policy, would become identical to the US's for the most part. So they would raise their rate to 5.25 or 5.5. They would peg all currency transactions to the dollar. It's happened before. Other currencies have pegged to the dollar in the past. Basically, Japan yields equal USA yields, yeah. Which would rapidly inflate the value of their currency. And it would give them more buying power. Oh, fuck yeah, it would. Yes, Dork. Yes, it would. Oh, GME closing at 0.0% for the day. Congratulations to the call sellers. Well done. SPX down 10 BPS. Closing here is tricky. So we're still above risk at 44.50, but we're below the risk at 44.75. I still think that ultimately their goal will be to get the 44.75 or the 4,500 back of the money before OPEX, so they can close those positions out and de-risk them. Monday, I guess, will tell us if they're capable of doing it. Dixie up 0.23% today, mostly gaining ground against the euro. But the yen down 16 basis points today. So yen very, very rapidly approaching kind of that cutoff limit where the Bank of Japan needs to step in and start selling dollars and buying yen in order to reinflate the currency a little bit. They've been doing that for about a year now, and it's been, it wasn't very successful in October. It may not be very successful now either. If those efforts fail, we could see them move forward with a different approach to their monetary policy than they've had for the last few decades. So that's kind of getting near the edge there. Anything else today? That's probably about it. Thanks for everything this week. It's nice to be profitable 3 weeks in a row. Have a great weekend, Stonka. Thanks, Richie. You too, man. Gherkin clones are a thing. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you all so much. I hope everybody has a great weekend. The member stream will be Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Or I'm sorry, Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And I'll see you guys then. Everybody have a great weekend. Later.